$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Commissioner Covenant, break up 7 seals. Continuation, what I talked about yesterday, brothers and sisters, on war, bloodbath, the time we're living in, what's about to happen, current events. You're not getting those things from those clowns out there. If you read the FBI, what's that, Cotel program? Well, I could never remember how it's, but they had displayed it with their intentions concerning the Nation of Islam. In the event that Elijah Muhammad was no longer there. They said there's only 2 options: either destroy it or take control of it. Destroy it or take control of it. They applied the first option with Wallace. They got rid of the Nation of Islam. They got rid of it. They started something called Malayans. They got rid of it. They took all the assets, liquidated it, robbed all the believers of everything, left us with absolutely nothing. It worked years, decades. Some of the people, old timers, they were with Master Muhammad. Like I said, there was this one brother's name was Supreme Allah. He got a name from Master Muhammad. I met him. Oh, I was just going. They took the money and ran. Farrakhan and Wallace. He admits that the believer was in distress because of it. But he didn't help. He took that money and ran. So it was destroyed. He said it was destroyed, but then it was remnants that was rising up. He said, oh man, it wasn't obliterated. There's still some segments. So, okay, well, we got to get control. They said the other option is to, get control by taking and having all kinds of distractions, all kinds of groups, this unity, read it for yourself. And that's exactly what's happened. They got Farrakhan in control, and they got all these groups out there. Oh, I'm with Elijah. Well, how are you with Elijah? It's all you out there. Elijah taught unity. So if you're with Elijah, then why so many of you out there? Oh, I'm the son of man. I'm Ben X. I'm Melchizedek. I'm just an ass. Oh, that's all you are. You see, that tells you exactly, because they kept saying, the deletion, that means they wouldn't tell you the names of the people. That means they had the names. They wouldn't delete the names, they didn't have the names. They know who these people are. That tells you right there that they work for the devil. And Farrakhan's, he's their man too. Otherwise, he'll be obliterated. There would be anything, and women of the left. And really, there's not any left anyway. It's all distorted and confused. Everybody out there, all these different groups like Silas, and Ben Hicks and Chaz Dix and Eric and all of them claiming the same thing. We were Elijah. We got Mr. Black. Well, all of them got Mr. Black Man. So why are they all united under one flag? So we're going to talk about a few things, brothers and sisters, but we don't need to understand anything. See, I'm here to see a messenger. What do you call him messenger? He come to give you a message. They don't call him tyrant. They don't call him king. No, they want a king like Saul. They actually put a king. Okay, that's a king. That's your king over you. That's your ruler. But I say you're a messenger. Remember, the messenger, he's not the king. He tells you, okay, this person that chose to be your king, he's going to give you a message. You call it a message of covenant. I'm not here to control you. I'm here to give you a message. And when you accept nothing, it's up to you. Like Noah. He gave you a message. It's going to be a flood. We're building a boat. Oh, what you build a boat for? I hit the desert, man. Rain. It rained here for years. He kept building his boat. He didn't sit around. He didn't spend time doing it. Going around teaching the people. He spent time building a boat. He told you now. Now I'm doing something about it. So if you get over, oh man, look, he's building that waste town. Okay, well, that's your business. So if you ain't on that boat when the rain comes, that's your ass. That's what it's all about. See, they think I'm trying to get followers. You see me trying to get followers? I'm trying to ask you for money. I'm just here to give you information. I don't give a damn whether you accept it or not. Because I'm giving you information what you need to survive. The calamity is coming. So you accept it or you don't. If you don't accept it, then you drown. Because these folks didn't even tell about the calamity. Why? Because they hide the fact that they work with people that's bringing on the calamity. They're not going to tell you the enemies of flood will tell you there's a flood coming, because then you get on Noah's side. If flood's coming, then what we're going to do about it? So they got, let me go on a couple of things, bro. I don't want to get sidetracked here. But one of the reasons why people are complacent, because the music, I told you, it's already in the music. They've already designed stuff on the music, and it says, what music affects black people? They talk about ethnic gas. They tell you about that. They got that over Florence, Israel. They developed some kind of DNA. Gas, in other words, it's DNA related. So in other words, they look at DNA. What DNA was affected by certain gases? They call it ethnic gas. Look it up. And so it says, okay, different DNA than they do. So you find to that particular DNA, COVID was part of that program. So in other words, only people that have that DNA will be affected by this particular gas. And same thing. Music affects all the people differently. I try to explain to you. When you see white folks can't dance, they can dance. It's just that they don't hear the same music you hear. They dance to the music they hear. They can dance, but they hear the same thing you hear. They dance to the rhythm that they're hearing. They can dance, but that's what they're hearing. And you're hearing something else. But you don't understand that. Or they just can't. No, they dance to what they hear. That's what they're hearing. They're hearing something different than you're hearing. They dance very well according to what they're hearing. Well, how can they got body and everything else? They got what? They still hear something different. And so that moves them, and that's the way, and that makes sense to him. And so they've studied you instead of 40 years. Remember back in so-called it was operating on the sisters, anesthesia, they're hollering, screaming, opening up, see what's up. These people are incredible. But they went and said, okay, study it, and said, okay, these notes, this frequency, whatever, affects black people differently than it affects white people. So how would it affect them? Because music affects your mood. It can make you fearful. It can make you happy. It can make you nervous. Music has that effect on you. So they find a frequency and wavelength that makes you fearful and amplifies it. That's the weapon they're going to use against you. So when the time comes and you start rioting, you start fighting back and everything else, they're going to blast that music and you're going to be so afraid you're going to run. You ain't going to fight, you're going to run because you'll be so afraid. You can't fight if you panic with fear. That's one of the reasons I tell you. Remember I told you when you're speaking of fear and panic? They say you have no idea the depths of Satan, the stuff they prepare for you. But we have a solution to all of it. I never told you about that. You don't know anything about it. But if you think about it, that's a viable weapon. Because music does affect you. You can be happy, and also you can say, also you're sad. Or you can be sad, and all of a sudden you feel good. So it's affecting your emotions. So why can't it affect your emotions of fear? And wouldn't anybody want to do that? Because they put fear in their army, the enemy, they win. That's one of the weapons they're going to use against you. And we had a solution to all those weapons. If there's no weapon will prosper against you, what are you doing to make that happen? You don't know. Because the weapons have right now prosper against you, they shoot you and everything else. Look at all these people that's died from COVID. Took that shot. That was about DNA, they told you. The problem is it backfired. They test on demons. That's why it backfired. They test on demons because they fell in their own trap. Well, you got two types of people here. You got the original people and you got skin folk and kin folk. The skin folk, that's their people. They just got a skin color, but that's their nature. They test on them. So yes, that work would kill these niggers. And then they put out there, it wasn't killing original people. It was killing demons. It was killing them. It didn't affect Black Africa. It didn't affect Haiti. Look at the WHO. They try to keep it secret. It was designed to take and sterilize you. If you have any babies that come out look like monkeys or something, that was designed to wipe you out. It backfired. And it was right on time that plague, right? Because they said the plague will start right after the 40 years, 1619 to 2019, and the plague started right on time, 2020. That's one of the plagues. See? You say, well, I thought they did it. But we just started it, and they backfired. So who controlled if it backfired on them? Everything they do to us is going to backfire. Who's in control? If we call things to backfire, who is in control? Everything is backfired. What's happening over Gaza is going to backfire. What you see doing those people is going to happen in a few more days. Move on, brothers and sisters. That's one of the weapons going to use against you. So the thing is, I'm here to give information, but I'm building the ark. And I'm telling you what you need to do. Survive this. If you're in the ark, you survive it. When people accept it, don't it? Well, I don't care if you accept it or not. That's your business. If you don't accept it, fine. That means he's going to have you bothered, your dumb ass. If you're stupid and then you want to stay here, then you stay here. It says many should be called, but few should be chosen. You don't choose us. We choose you. You have to respond, and then we decide whether your response is good enough. Many should be called, but few should be chosen. So you think it's a game, it's not. You better read the scriptures again. Nobody sitting here sweating and feel sorry for you. And you see, Lord, God slammed the door and said, forget about them. He slammed the door and the door is shut, Noah. Everybody's going out, door shut, boom, forget about them. Told his son, forget about him too. Even Job. All his children was lost, so forget about them. So I give you better children. So your daughters will be the most beautiful women on the planet. The new ones. You got it wrong. Everybody's right here. I hope they're trying to save you. They're trying to give you information to save yourself. Information. Right now, you guys, people are destroying, blocking this information. That's why I say people lost, not for lack of money, not lack of effort, for lack of knowledge. So why would they, who's out there destroying the knowledge? Who's blocking knowledge? All these clowns out there, Ben X. You don't know shit. Chesnick, he's a dumbass. He's a weeper. You don't know shit either, none of them. They have no idea what's going on. Ishmael, he's dumbing all the rest of them. And all the clowns with him, he's their teacher, imagine the students. Daniel and Jeffrey. They have no idea what's going on. Farrakhan don't need, that's why I said, God told him to shut up, but now he's speaking now. So either you step or reject it. It's up to you. I'm getting information. If you follow this information, you will prevail. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If you got an ark, you survived. If you got an ark, you survived. No question about it. Move on, brothers and sisters. I'm going to put the notes here. Let me make sure I cover all my points. Yeah, see that. Keep checking my sound, brothers and sisters, because they like to play with sound. It's still not 100%, but resistance means growth. Let me say one other thing before I move on, brothers and sisters. It's not about energy management. Any energy that you control, right, that's part of your energy package, if you will, your energy allotment. So if you're given $1,000 worth of energy per day, as long as that's what you're controlling, that much energy, you're fine. But if you're trying to control someone else, everybody else, any energy anything you control, that's part of your allotment. So whereas you have to control other people, if you're controlling other people, you're going to lose control of yourself. You may have to do for self. Control yourself. Use all your energy to control yourself. We ain't about controlling other people. All those dictatorships and all this kind of crap. They didn't have before we came over here, we didn't know anything about democracy. We didn't know about no capitalism, socialism, bullshitism. And we was happy and we was the freest people on the planet. Most successful people on the planet. Most brilliant people, most educated, knowledgeable people on the planet. Most peaceful people on the planet. And we didn't need no capitalism and socialism and all this bullshitism to make that happen. All this stuff is designed for the winter season and primarily keep you under control, like democracy, for instance. The people that promote democracy are the majority. They're the minority of the people on the planet. Let's tell you that. They're minority. So the point that they're trying to tell you is, hey, we got to make sure wherever we, when we set up, that only people, right, only our people rule. Remember South Africa? It was a majority there. They said, the other people, they weren't citizens. They were animals. The whole idea about majority rule is to make sure they're the majority and they're the minority of the people on the planet. But if they really follow that through, that means we'd be in control of them. It's like the so-called UN. The UN, America is the most minimal people on the planet. You got billions of people and only got 300 million in America, yet they control the whole thing. I can vote, I can tell you what everybody else to do. Where's the democracy there? Where's the democracy there? It's all bullshit. Why should they? Oh, because you know power. I thought it was democracy. The U.S. is a dictatorship. We don't have that kind of nonsense. Because we understand that we're a body. Do we have a vote in your body? We have to say, well, what should we do? No. The body works together. Working together. Everybody's respected. If your toe hurt, your whole body hurts. You want to protect all parts of your body. Your whole time body is free. Your heart's free to do what it wants to do. Your lungs free what it wants to do. And everybody's happy. If something comes and interrupts, and then the whole body's upset. That's the kind of system we have. See? All that stuff is artificial bullshit. If everybody's a body, then you respect every part of your body, don't you? There's no dictatorship there. Everybody's at peace. If your body's happy, I hope all parts of your body's happy. Because they're all working together. You know, say, okay, hey, I need a little more blood. Okay, give me a little more oxygen. That's the cooperation between the heart and the lungs. And the brain say, okay, we got a situation here. What's the situation? Oh, okay. I said, okay, I'm gonna need a little more. I'm gonna need a little more oxygen. I got to pump a little harder because you're gonna need a little more blood. Cooperation. Hush. That's our system. Hush. Not fucking democracy and capitalism, all that bullshit. It's all designed, and we see a million and trillion years, and we never had to need that. So we're stupid. We could figure out out of trillions of years here, even billions of years according to them. It's not in the Bible anywhere. Show me a scripture, any of that stuff's in scripture anywhere. Some shit they made up. That doesn't work. Yeah, here in America, oh, we got they got all these secrets. How in the hell are you going to have the secrets in democracy according to them? Because how are you going to vote? You don't know what the hell you're voting with, or voting for, or why you're voting. There shouldn't be any secrecy, should it? You should be fully informed if you're going to vote. Oh, we got secrets. No. See, that shows you the bullshit right there. But all that's going, all things new. We wipe this slate clean. Move on, brothers and sisters. He wants to stay here. I want to stay here. That's Mr. Farrakhan. I want to stay here. Okay. You're gonna get your wish. You're gonna stay here. Move on. Pathetic. You look at that picture, analyze it. Pathetic. This one here, probably one of the latest ones. In a jumpsuit, and he got an overcoat on top of it. You can see it. The jacket is too big for him. He's here 300 pounds. Why are they covering up this? Because he's in this jumpsuit. He's in a jumpsuit. Well, why did he need this over top of this? He got a tie on. He ain't cold because they look there. They cold? How stupid they are. If it ain't cold, it's cold. How come they not just for cold? See? Because they had to dress him. Look how he looks. Like, like in his days or something. Like, what's going on? Smile, fairy. Smile, smile. Smile, do a smile for him. It's bad, pathetic. He's the Messiah. He's the warlord. You have to get that shit up, boy. I mean, how come you hold on to that? That's so stupid. See, here it is. There's the jumpsuit. Now, why is he wearing a jumpsuit and everybody else is formal? That's his meaning, right? Look how they hold him up, like hands on his arm and everything else. Can't you walk? You got to hold him up like that? He got a jumpsuit on. Why? Because they have to clothe him. He's pissing shit in the bag and stuff is hard. Plus, they got to cover up the fact he got a bag of shit around his waist. He's putting shit in the bag. It's hard to dress, but put a tie or stuff on him. So they put him in a jumpsuit, one-piece jumpsuit. It's sad. Then God told him to shut up, right? Why are you talking that far home? Oh, God said you can talk now? Well, then tell us what's going on. Tell us what's about to happen. That's what we should expect. I mean, you told us about Armageddon 3 years ago. So is that a prophecy or something? Because I don't see Armageddon. When Armageddon has started. You said 3 years ago, Armageddon has started. And it's spreading all over the place. See, I must be retired because I don't see, I must be missing it. It must be maybe the news media is hiding from us. They drop bombs and all over Europe is totally World War V going over there. We just too stupid to see it. Because he said it. And Ishmael said if they say something and it don't happen, you should listen to him. So unless it must be our fault. Because he said Armageddon, it has started. The mouth. They want to talk Daniel. Daniel said this mouth would have despised the covenant. Why would he despise the covenant? Plus he would overcome the saints. Ain't that you, the saints? For 40 years. Right? He would make war with them and prevail against them. So you want to talk Daniel, okay, then who is this mouth that's going to get control of the eye for 40 years? They could get control of them, defeat them. But that has not happened. That means you got 40 years of hell coming. Otherwise, you got to admit that he's the mouth. See, those people, someone just totally stupid, or they work for the devil, or just playing out demons, because the point is, it's simple to understand this. I mean, the biology, he says, it follows the devil right there, should let's be closed, case closed right there. Because he didn't despise the covenant, wouldn't he? Because it doesn't apply to him, because not seed Abraham.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
And they're obviously guilty of this, brothers and sisters. I gave it's 3 examples. I give them again. They talk about Malachi, right there in the same sentence. They say the messenger of the covenant, another messenger. But they tell you Elijah's the last messenger. It says right there, the messenger of the covenant, who Elijah prepared the way for. So how come they deny that part? It's right there. They quote about Elijah. He's a messenger. He's the last one. It says right there, messenger of the covenant, who Elijah prepared the way for. They never mention the messenger of the covenant, do they ever? Then what about the covenant? If he's a messenger of the covenant, what covenant he's a messenger of? Well, you go to Genesis, and right there, they talk about the 40 years, about captivity and everything else. And then the next line says, covenant. It says the word covenant. That God made Abraham, that they will return home after the 40 years. 20 years. Arabia, between the river Euphrates and the river Egypt, they never mention that either. They mention the first part, they don't mention the second part. This is a fact. In both cases, they call God a liar. Because he said the message of the covenant is coming he's coming. He's coming. He says, no doubt about it, it's coming. He said, ain't nobody coming after Elijah. They call God a liar right there. Because he's the one to tell me the message of the covenant is coming. And then he says, after 40 years, you're going home. And like Farrakhan said, we ain't going nowhere. So he called God a liar again. Both places. And then, what about the other one? Okay, we know there's a messenger of the covenant. We know what the covenant is. Well, who is this messenger of the covenant? Well, then we go to Exodus. He's the one that fulfills the covenant. Joshua, who the torch is passed from Elijah to Joshua, passed right over Aaron. Aaron dies in the wilderness with all his followers. Joshua is the one that is the messenger of the covenant. He's the one that takes you home. He's the one who fulfills the covenant. They don't mention Joshua either. They stay with all three of those. And they right there talk about everyone around them. They this part, and the other part they talk about Elijah, the God, Aaron, and then start right there. What happened to Joshua? Oh, Aaron's the last one. Aaron was no damn good. He plays, I'm Aaron. That's proof right there, brothers and sisters. So they have a greatest chastisement. And anybody that listens to this and still with him, that shows you who they are. Well, that's clear scripture. So if you don't believe in scripture, you have to believe the whole thing or drop it. That's what the Quran says. So right there, that's clear proof. Clear proof. So that's why we don't worry about them, brothers. Don't argue with them. Don't waste time. Leave them alone. But like it says in so-called New Testament, don't feed your pearls to swine because they're stuck into the mud and they come after you. So you wake these people up and then you get mad when they cut your goddamn throat. Don't wake them up. You see they're stupid? They got the head of Farrakhan's ass. Let it stay up there. It's safe for you. As long as they head of Farrakhan's ass, it's safe for you because they chopping down this shit. They think it's honey. So let them stay up there. They pull their head out. They might come in and want to cut after you. But take a bite out of you. Leave them up there. Don't wake them up. In fact, give them a push. Get them up a little further. We ain't trying to pull their head out their ass. We got up there. Let's stay up there. You got it all wrong, brothers and sisters. Come on.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this.
Show me the scripture back this shit up. Show me
It's something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flavor as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color.
Yeah.
It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground in unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family. Let's stay a family, be a family, and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. I had to do that. We love you. One more time, brother.
They're shitting on Elijah Muhammad. They're shitting on Master Muhammad. They're shitting on the lessons. Elijah Muhammad's ministry. There's nothing to back that up. They said nothing. No lesson to back it up. Nothing Elijah Muhammad said. In any context that backs up what he just said. Nothing. Even scripture. Show me scripture backed up. It says they're all wicked. That none of them are good. That says they're 100% wicked. They cannot be reformed. They've been tried. It's impossible. They've been removed off the planet. They're not our brothers. Farrakhan's brothers, because he's a devil. His father's a devil. Okay? See how he loved the devil so much? So tell me, $5,000, just show me a scripture that backs up what he just said. Just show me a scripture, show me anything in lessons that backs up what he just said. Anything. He can't. Let's show who they are. Show me a lesson, anything Elijah Muhammad said that backs up what he just said. In any context, any form. Come on, brothers and sisters. This is what it came down for them. Money, but money's an illusion. I talked about that. See, they're going to throw the gold and silver in the streets. Oh, it's going to be worthless in a minute. It's worthless now, actually, because America's bankrupt. America's bankrupt. America is bankrupt. I get a short analogy. Say, for instance, you're out in the Old West, right? You're a top gunslinger. You're a top gunslinger. Nobody can mess with you. Not the sheriff, the marshal, nobody. Everybody's scared deaf of you. So you go in, you're going to go start with some groceries. Hey, man, we'll give you some groceries, ain't you? We'll tell you, we'll give you wrong. You ain't got to pay for anything, but you're building up, right? Because the only reason why you continue getting all this stuff, because everybody's scared of you. So America has, they're bankrupt. They can't, in fact, right? In fact, I mean, another situation too. The fact is, they don't have any money. The point is, people keep lending money because they're afraid America come after them. So they keep getting America spending money they don't have. They claim, okay, well, I'm borrowing money, and they can't even pay the interest on the money they borrow. So they have to borrow money to pay the interest. America's bankrupt. So America's already going. The point is, like I said, if you drop an 8 from a 50-story building, as soon as you leave your hands are broke. It's just a matter of time to hit the ground. But it ain't broke yet. Well, it's broke. It just hit the ground yet. Hit the ground, it's going to be a shock. It's broke. They don't want to war anywhere. So if they got so much power, how come it's not doing them any good? Okay. But let me read another scenario. I really don't want to talk about anything like, because it gets you distracted. Because the point is, you don't understand the bottom line here. It's just about pressure. Right, where they're going right now is they're being crushed. And they can't. If you under pressure, and the pressure you under is greater than you can withstand, I don't care what you can't think of no way out of it. There's no way to think out of it. No matter what you do, right? You're gonna be kind of figure out ways to offset it, but you can't. Because the pressure, outer pressure is greater than the inner pressure. And there's no way, if the outer thought is greater than your ability to think, it's nothing you can do. You're going to try, but nothing's going to work. It's going to backfire. Like I said, they run from the lion and run to the bear. You understand that principle. See, so that's why you understand what's going on here. It's like, so-called, what they call those people, Knights Templar. Let me tell you a little story about a Knights Templar. See, the banking system and all the stuff you have right now, that was developed by a Knights Templar. Back in the 6th century, somewhere back there. The Knights Templar. But there was a Crusader army. The so-called Dark Ages, 1,000 years. That's what chapter 20 is about in Revelation. It's not future. It was in Dark Age for 1,000 years. That's the history. What they did was they came up with this banking system and everything else, right? And they were very rich. They was like monks. monk crusaders. They were warriors, but they were like monks, like where they swore off women and all that kind of stuff, right? They became very powerful, especially economically. They didn't want to develop this banking system and checks and all that kind of stuff that you experience in the banking system. They established that. And these what do you call them? Countries, right? But I can't think of anyway. These kings, they were taking borrowed money from them. Because they had so much money, they were taking borrowed money from them. The king of France, I think his name was Louis, he had borrowed a lot of money from the Knights Templar. And so, it was hell would come to the country. They borrowed, they was totally in debt to the Knights Templar. It was causing the economy, it was affecting the economy. So what they did is they had to call the Knights Templar, had to call the meeting. And they had all the top people of the Knights Templar show up at the meeting in France. And once they all showed up, he killed them all. In the debt. That's how he did it. See? Why am I saying that? Because who's holding America's most debt right now? China. That's what they're preparing war against. You know, the only way to get out from this debt, if they take China down, all of a sudden America's out of debt. And that's the way they think. It's not going to work out that way. That's why Trump's going, all these terrorists, he's going to take Venezuela because of that wall down there. Then economic trouble, they can't tell you that. It's a democracy. They got all these secrets. So you say, why he's doing this, why he's doing that? Because America is bankrupt. His economy is already in a tank. And when it hits you, it's going to hit you like a shock. But they ain't telling you. Like, you know, you got a spouse. You got money in the bank, you got money income, and they spend a whole lot of money out there. They don't tell you about it. Then they say, you know, rent's due, you can't pay. Well, you no money for food. What happened? Why you spend all the money? It's too late now. But whatever reason they're getting, now you're homeless, you're broke, you're busted. You didn't find out till it was last minute, till rent was due. And about the groceries, and all of a sudden the cars don't work. That's about to happen. Read chapter 18 in the Revelations. It's going to hit Europe first. And it's going to hit here. As a result, this war is about to resume in the Middle East. This is our economy collapse overnight. Overnight. Total collapse. That's talking about Europe. That's right here. And when the economy collapses here, what do you think is going to happen to you? Then they're going to give you food stamps? When they have no food? Walmart will pay for empty in debt in seconds. If you do it in seconds, and you want to tell you going to get something, what you going to get? You get shot. I'm going to tell them, we got a little gang on one there fight. Yeah. You be fighting inside to go to the left. And you don't want to win anyway. Because if you win and you come out with a car full of groceries, they can be outside waiting for, you got this man, we ain't going to go in there and fight. We'll just wait for whoever comes out. We're going to take what they got. It could be total disaster. It'll be out. You know, going within a couple of days, if that much. Then what? Well, store food. Yeah, you want to store food? Is that your answer? That's your answer? Okay, everybody's hungry. And you got food stored up. You better not cook it. If you cook it, you in Philadelphia, and then Los Angeles, they're going to smell it. Everybody's starving, and you cooking food? Really? And even if you don't cook it, you got food that you don't have to cook. You better not walk around and look like you're healthy and you got some energy. But they're going to realize you're eating something. So then you're going to be the food. It's going to be a total disaster. Now we got the answer to that. So you listen to Farrakhan. These other clowns out here. We're not even telling you about this. Total disaster about to hit this place. We're talking about within days. So this war resumes. I told you this war was going to take place before it took place. You just Farrakhan. Oh, no. I said, no, you're lying, Farrakhan. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's the war in the Middle East going to trigger Armageddon. It's a European war. It's not the global war. It's a European war. Apocalypse is a global war. Armageddon is just a phase of it. But war in heaven, Middle East, that's a phase of it also. What's going to trigger all the rest of it. Well, brothers and sisters. But you have to listen to this. It says you lost for lack of knowledge. So you rejected knowledge, and then you lost. We're not going to weep over you. I'm here to give you the information you need to survive. But not just survive, to overcome, to be victorious. A race war. Race war is coming, brothers and sisters. There's a race war going over in the Middle East right now. Between the Arabs and Europeans. False Israel Europeans. That's a race war. They want to take their land. In fact, they don't tell the whole truth. Because they claim they see Abraham. They claim that they're going to return to the promised land. But what they don't say out loud is the promised land is Arabia. They can't say that one out loud. That's the ultimate game. Ultimate objective. See? That's why they want to take out Iran. Because Iran is the only one stopping them from taking over the Middle East, the whole Middle East. Iran's the only one doing it. That's why they need Iran taken out. And then they can take over the rest of them because none other one can withstand against them. That's why they want to take out, because they want to take out the whole Middle East. If Iran's not there, you think Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, next, Dubai. Who's going to stand against them? The objective is the whole Middle East. That's what they say they deceive Abraham. It's over Arabia. They can't see it that way, because then that arouse the Arabs. Then they might come together, unite. They got to do it one at a time. That's their total objective. See? And it's a race war. Now, they're not true to Abraham. That's the lie they're telling. And they want to get control of the Middle East and that oil. Once they get control of the Middle East and that oil, I talk about that dilemma. But they can't do it unless Iran is gone. Then America take out Iran, and then they can roll up the Middle East. Roll it up. That's the objective. That's what's really going on. I can't tell you about that or no one else. That's what's really going on. And that's why they got to move on with this war, because they got, I don't want to get too deep in this, brothers and sisters. But America, on this basis, right, they don't want false Israel either. They put false Israel up there to keep us blind to who we are. They did in 1948 to overcome what Elijah Muhammad was telling you who we are. People that have vision perish. We had no vision before Elijah Muhammad came. We had no vision. He has a vision, and people united around that vision. People was coming to the nation of Islam every day. People that wasn't in the nation of Islam wanted to be in the nation of Islam. They were sympathetic to it. He was giving them a vision. He said that we don't know. We had false Israel. Who they was wiping out the day before. They was killing those people. Everybody was behind it. America, all of them was behind it. They didn't care. They wanted to get rid of them. They've been having with each other for 2,000 years. So how much did they start loving each other, right? Start kissing each other's ass. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, after 2,000 years, and you buying that? No, they want to get rid of them too, but they need them to keep us to realize who we are. That's why they did them. But they still want to get rid of them. But the point is, they can't get rid of them until they get rid of us. Because as long as they're there, we stay divided because we don't know who we are. But they go away, that means we realize that we choose Abraham. And that we have a vision. Then what do they say? They would deal shrewd with them. These a war coming, they will fight against us and then leave the country. That's their fears. That's their fear. So they want you to know who you are. Keep us divided, confused. And they false Israel do that. So they need them, they need each other. But they hate false Israel. Isn't he to keep us? You see the dilemma? So the whole idea is they have to get rid of us first. That's what it said. Let's get rid of them. Throw them into the river. Get rid of them. So once they get rid of us, they don't need false Israel anymore. False Israel knows this. They're totally aware of this. They know they got to move fast. They control the Middle East before they get rid of us. But then they have power. They have America and Europe by the, you know what? Because they control the oil and everything that Europe is totally dependent upon. Then they got nuclear weapons. Now they got the Christians. But you know what? That's what's actually going on. That's why America's reluctant to attack Iran, because they know once they get rid of us, they're just going to let Iran loose on the fall of Israel. Then it's our problem solved. They got rid of us. They got rid of them. And they know that. If you read Genesis, that's exactly what Genesis is telling you, if you understand it. The serpent and pulling their clothes up and sack, all that stuff. But that's not yet. Understand, angel can't decipher that. That's what's going on. So that's why they move so fast now, because they know, they see America preparing to get rid of us. They move. Remember that Pollard guy? He told me, he found all his secrets, so he went back and told what they was planning. So they see, they're closing on us, putting military around the cities, inner cities. Right? It's an immigration thing, that's just a trick. That's getting them practice to roll us up. A race war going on in the Middle East that America is the one that's sponsoring. Australia cannot do it unless America, they give them the gun and the bullets. They're just pulling the trigger. So everybody's preparing for your exit, your termination. But then you're not supposed to see it. And then you got the music, right? Always, what music make them fear? What music make them quiet and calm? You say music calm the beast? Okay, you heard that said before? Music calm the beast. That's why people so calm, because the music is in it. Okay, our people make the music, but they have to go to them to promote it. So they make sure these kinds of things get into the music that you don't know about. It's built in. That's why keep complacent, so you don't see what's going on. See? So you bop into the music. And one is closing on your ass. I told you that weapon is there. That's the weapon, the fear weapon, and that weapon, the music weapon has different aspects to it. One to prefer you, another to calm you down. They cannot pay attention to what's going on. You don't feel, you might hear it, see it, but you see a lion coming, but you feel mellow, man. So you said, until the lion come eat your ass. If you see it, right, because most of us, we don't act from here. We act from here, the heart, emotional. So in other words, if it's not, you think situation based on how you feel about it, not by what it really is. People operating on that plane right now. That's the plane you're operating on. How do you feel about something? Even words. We say words, they calculate, they rate the words based on how they feel. Not what the words actually mean. So they got you feeling good, like you're in a movie, and the place on fire, but man, they got your best jam on and everything else, right? So, you see what I'm saying? So in other words, you ain't responding like you should respond to that fire. Man, I smell those smokes, man, but man, hey, Marvin, man, he's jamming, man. His feet, man, I feel a little smoke. But the music, you respond to the music. I don't know if you understand. That's a good analogy if you understand. But the point is, that's they're using it on you. It's in your media. It's in your movies. But it's mostly it's in your music. to get you complacent. So when you see all this stuff going on, it doesn't register with you because, hey man, I feel good. See? Music can make it just high as reefer. Just a different way. Just high as crack. Just a different way. So you mellow. All hell's broken around you, but hey man, Nicki Minaj, whatever her name is, she's on. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not, brothers, but that's what it's doing against you. That's why they said everybody on the planet is in uproar about what's going on, except black community. And that's generic because you got skin folk and kin folk. Why are we not reacting? Why we don't hear us talking about it? You hear black folks talking about any of this stuff. Everybody's talking about it, even devils. Because the music is designed to keep you complacent until it's too late. Instead of coming as a snare, if they come at you to attack you as a snare, walk down with you for a minute. That means they want you to see it coming. So why would you see it coming? If they come at you, why would you see it coming? Because they're blind to you what they do. They're doing it around you, so it's still screwing with them. In other words, the way they won't see it. So because you got eyes, don't you? You got ears. And look at the media. The media's telling you everything's okay too. And we know it's not okay. But people don't look beyond that. Okay. So they drug you up before they come in. They drug you up before they come and take you out. But you don't see it coming. But I'm getting information, brothers and sisters. So it's up to you whether you start building, you want to help build the ark or not. Okay? I'm getting information that you need to save yourself. Use it or don't, that's up to you. If you use it, we'll see it. We're on the other side. If we don't see it on the other side, we know, hey, right. See what it says here? No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. Every tongue that shall rise against you in judgment thou shall condemn. See, Farrakhan's condemning you. You're sinful, you're wicked. Remember the so-called me-man father? Hey, man, yeah, we guilty of all this stuff. We're wicked. We're fornicators. We're pimps. You see, that's what you're saying. So I'm not going to do it anymore. That means you're doing it. And you went for that? That's how people dumb down so much. Because he had you telling the whole world that everything he was said about you in the news, everything said about you in the movies, everything said about you on television, whatever, it's true. They're niggers. They're no damn good. Because you're submitting it. No, but he's the clean, the good one. He got to get you. And you didn't see that? You went for that? See how they play games with you? These guys, we're trying to get away from that stereotype. He just told everybody those stereotypes are true. And you say, I'm going to stop being what they say, because stereotypes are lies they're saying about you, but you just admitted those lies are true. That's what he had you doing to the whole world. And exposing you, embarrassing you, humiliate you. That's what it says. It says he make the NOI humiliation before the enemies. He humiliated you, and you thought he was doing something good. Yeah, man, we wicked, we stink. We're not going to do it anymore. We're so sorry. In fact, that's not us anyway. That's the demons doing. That's skin folk. That's called like crime and bacon and all that kind of stuff. That's why you got to be separated. The chaff and wheat got to be separated. And then we see that we the good and they're the evil. But right now they're mixed up. So shit is mixed up with the sugar, right? So you can't distinguish between, but you mix up, okay, you got sugar, you got shit over here. But right now it's all mixed up. This is a heritage of the serpent. Remember, why is no weapon that's formed against thee shall prosper? Well, how are you going to stop that? You got weapons? No. Not because you understand the nature of the war. And then understand the nature of calamity. Noah, they came and told Noah, this could be a calamity, Noah. First Noah said, what do I do? What kind of calamity? You have to know what kind of calamity is to be defend yourself against it. It's always going to be a flood. Okay, well, I need to build a boat then. There's going to be fire. Okay, well, I need to build me a shelter or something. You have to know the nature of the calamity. The nature of the environment you're in. One brother, sisters. Said no, and every because it says every judgment thou shall and thou shall rise against thee. Every time that shall rise against judgment, you shall condemn, because we're not wicked. That's telling right there, Pharaoh, a goddamn liar. Because it says, everybody speak against you, come to them. He's speaking against you, ain't you? He's saying, you're weak, you're wicked, and if you don't stop, you're going to die with these devils. You're going to go down. That ain't that way telling you? This telling you that's just opposite. So, I mean, Pharaoh is going to be condemned himself. Because there's every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment, he's rising against you now. So you're wicked, you're sinful. He's going to be condemned because you're not wicked. It's his people that's mixed in with us, the wolves in sheep clothing. How are you going to condemn them if you're wicked? Like they kind of say. See, they condemn you all the time. You just know, oh, but y'all so wicked out there. You need to stop doing this. You come out of her ways and everything else. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Look at this one. Says, men's hearts fail them from fear, expectation of things which coming upon the earth, the powers have been shaken. That is so much powerful in this statement right here. Because first of all, it tells you the heavens is not beyond the sun, moon, stars. That's the place you go after you die. It's something they can see. Something that's visible they can see. They're seeing it. So that means there's someplace here on earth, someplace, that's the Middle East. Where the powers have been shaken. How in the hell do they know the powers have been shaken? If it's beyond the sun, moon, stars, or someplace you go after you die. It's telling you right here. No, it's someplace here that they can see, they can touch. And because of it, they see something's going to happen there that's going to be so terrible. And they see it's going to come here. So it's going to start there and come here. So where's this place that something's going to happen? It's going to start there and come here. And it's going to be so terrible that their heart's going to fail them in expectation. In expectation. So what do you think going to happen to them when it actually gets here? In expectation of something they see over there. Where is this over there at? Where is it over there at? This place, ever it is someplace called heaven that's here on the earth. It's about the Middle East. Because it says, Michael's angel made war. A war broke out in heaven. Again, how do we know that? Michael's angel fought against the dragon's angels. Okay. Well, the dragons on earth, how you get them in heaven? That means heaven is here. Where's that place that's the Middle East they're talking about? And so something's going to happen over there so terrible. So terrible. That they're going to be hearts going to fail me. Heart attacks, just in expectation. They know what's coming. They know what's happening going to come here. They know what's coming here. They see over there, they know what's coming here. And the expectation of it is going to be so terrible, they're going to have heart attacks. Which day they're going to have when it actually gets here? Answer that question. If I'm not telling you about that, you don't know what this heaven is. He's not telling you what many of this. It's something so terrible. It's about to happen. It tells you, right? In chapter 11, chapter 12, it's the world based out in heaven. All that's going to happen. And that's right there. That's the Middle East. It's going to resume. It's said to be a quiet period of silence. Pause. You want an army to pause now? They have a ceasefire over there. Between Iran and Israel. They got so-called ceasefires in Gaza. But they don't have ceasefire, right? Between Iran and that. It's not a ceasefire, it's just a pause. They said be silence in heaven for about half an hour. What was that? Is that 5 months, 6 months? What? When does break? When it start? In the June, July, August, September, October, November. Oh, November, December. That's 5, 6 months. It's about half an hour. That's that. No one's talking about this. No one's talking about abomination, desolation. Neither are they. Have right before your eyes. Look up abominable. Desolation, destruction. Abomination says the uprise were put down with great cruelty. Is that what the world is saying? They're not talking about that either. But when you see that means you want to start heart attacks. Because you didn't see it coming. Because you didn't pay attention. Then move on, brothers and sisters. The point is here is just telling you, if you read on your leisure, that the weather is one of our weapons. It's talking about the weather and says, in fact, all above caused by a son of man. The weather is also, remember, we control the atmosphere with music. That's on low level. Because we're still weak now. Our minds are still weak. We got someone else's mind. Once we achieve highs, we start on the same frequency, on the same wavelength. We control the weather. We control it right now with music and even our weak stage. And that's what music is weather. It's a control of the atmosphere. If you don't call weather control the atmosphere, the music is weather. That's what it is. You're manipulating the atmosphere. Sound wave. So if you emphasize, people tell you, if you make sound waves strong enough, you get currents. Currents is hailstorms and tornadoes and stuff. So music are currents. It's just weak currents. Pleasurable currents, currents you like. But what if you say, for instance, you take it, you tell them the volume real loud. So you say you turn your radio 1,000 times louder, real blasting. See what happened? You knock people out. People go deaf. But you control the atmosphere. You're manipulating it. What if you turn it real loud? You get sonic boom, don't blow out windows and stuff? If you turn it loud, it's going to blow out windows, will knock buildings down, sound waves? You don't get it? That's what weather is. And you control it. Once you achieve highs, you see you control it. These sonic booms, that's just the volume turned real loud. You thought the music loud enough, you broke down windows. You instruct, remember the same, what's that, Minerex commercial? The woman, broke glass. That was sonic waves, that's atmosphere. She was able to put a certain frequency and break glass. What if you could take that and get a machine and turn it up 1,000 times? You shatter buildings. We control the atmosphere, that's what it says. In fact, this is a lesson, not from Muhammad. In fact, all the above is caused by the Son of Man. You tell you that's one of your weapons. Once you achieve highs, that's one of your weapons. You got defense and you got weapons. I'm gonna show you your defense. I'm showing you your weapon. That's one of your weapons. That's one of your main weapons. Is the atmosphere. But you control. You already showed it. Whose music is dominating the planet? Ours. You see Chinese music you brought in lately? Indian music you brought in there lately? Is that rock of the world? We're playing our music all over the world. Coming from us. Sisters. Oh, what's about to happen? See what it says here? Have you entered the treasure of snow? Have you seen the treasure of hail, which I have reserved for a time of trouble, for a day of battle and war? Weather. hell. Right? See, treasure of hell, snow, but they're battle. We control it. But you don't know it. Once you achieve Hajj, we're the same, all our think on the same wavelength, we're one body again, we in court, all of a sudden, we're going to direct this. We don't need guns. You know, guns have trouble. Bullets have traveled the atmosphere. The Quran talks about that. They got to travel the atmosphere. We control the atmosphere. Planes cannot fly in bad weather. Missiles can't fly in bad weather. So who has the most power? That's one of your weapons. You see, they would not be able to use their nuclear weapons, because that's what Master Muhammad says. That would not be allowed. Only place would be nuclear America after it's destroyed. And that's because they got it underground. That's no story. I'm not going into it. And they say these so-called mother planes they talk about, they say they travel all around their nuclear sites. Is that what they say? They say when they go there, the sites become inoperable. You read that one? Okay, let's move on. Let's walk through this again, brothers and sisters, so you understand this. This before the universe contracts and expands. So now the universe has greater expansion. That means we have less energy. All the energy is out there. You know, you can't create energy. You can't destroy it. So a certain amount of energy in the universe is out there. It's not here. That means you need energy to think, energy to move, to talk, walk. Big eyes. So we had less energy to have a relationship, to have coordination. You had no energy for any of that. So that's why we reduced to nothing. But now the universe is contracting again. So energy is coming back, and it comes back in waves approximately every 50 years. That's why I said in the Quran, it's momentous in the heavens and earth, but it's coming but of a sudden. So here we were at the bottom, totally devastated. So we had the field niggas and house niggas. House niggas were the rape children. It was a result of the raping our women. Right? So that's their children, that's their nature, their seed, just got black face. So they allowed in the house because that was they wanted to be with daddy. That was their daddy. See, so he allowed them in the house because they loved daddy, and they just wanted to be treated like the rest of their children. They could trust them. They couldn't trust us. So who's in the field? All niggas though. Then we got the first energy burst, first energy wave. That was enough to break the chains. That's what it says in Luke and Mark, rather. It says we broke the chain. That's a lie they tell you. That's no story. Right? So, but you had, remember, two nations operating. Right? So one must stay with daddy. And sharecroppers, they must stay with daddy. I was like, I'm gonna get far from daddy as I can. Daddy, I'm gonna get far from master. See, one's called daddy, one's master. At the same time, we start controlling the atmosphere again. Blues. Check it out. When did blues come in? 1860s. And what was our state of, we had the blues, we know what to do. Without, we had the blues. We start calling ourselves Negroes, not niggers anymore. Coincidence? 1860s. That's when blues started. We start controlling the atmosphere. We lost control of the atmosphere. And now we start controlling the atmosphere again. On that level, blues. We got two natures go operating here, right? It's going. Then what? 50 years later, got a Quincy jazz. More control of the atmosphere. Jazz starts spreading around the world. Then you had two ideas. I want to be closer to the mass. I want to think European. I want to think like the Europeans think. I want to think like the Africans think. The Scarby. The boys. We stop calling ourselves Negroes, stop calling ourselves colors. Is that a coincidence? More energized, more control of the atmosphere. Two different. Right? We still think we're same people. We just have two different ideas. And then 50 years later, another 50 years later, more town, more energized, more call ourselves colors no more. Oh, blacks, separation, integration, Afro-Americans. And these were the people that was different ideas. I want to get closer. I want to get closer, Master. I want to live with you, Master. I want to live next. I want to live in your house with you. I want to be a part of your family. I mean, I'm equal rights. I want to be just like you. He said, get the hell out of here. I don't want your rights for nothing. Get the hell out of here. Is that a coincidence? 50 years later? At that point, we start realizing there's some difference between us. Some difference. We still ain't figured out yet. We still think we want people with something a little different here. A lot of Muhammad didn't call out demons. Not yet. Then what? Oh, now we're at the 50-year mark again. Something's about to happen. Now we know, because some of the message coming, they're calling out. No, we're two different people. We're separate people. Because that's when the chaff and the wheat will be separated. Remember, Elijah was told not to teach. He was told to teach the both of them. He said, no, you can't separate them. It says, the message coming will separate them. So now I said, oh no, there's two different people here. We're not the same. At that point. So now we start hating each other because we start hating the demons because we know they was wolves in sheep clothing. They hate us because they said, man, y'all niggas over there, y'all stupid, man. Why y'all should be over here with us? You see? So we recognize we're two different people at that point. And we at that point right now, so something about dramatic is about to happen. There's resistance every point in this. I didn't show the resistance, but every point in our energizing, there was resistance. Civil rights movement, it was just resistance there. Civil war resistance. And then they call red term, I believe they call it. Which you don't know anything about. I think I said it right. So now they could be maximum resistance because they lose control over us. They have control, and they lose more and more control. So right now, they're trying to maintain control. That's why Trump is doing what he's doing, because we're their wealth. They're trying to maintain control of us, so that's why they're going to get violent. Each one came more violent than the last. So-called civil rights is the most violent of all of them. So if that's the case, then we want to know what kind of conversation would this one have as opposed to conversation it would have. Then we can identify who this person leading this idea, who's leading this idea. Let's take a look. I forgot, I keep putting this out of place, bro, so I keep forgetting this. Anyway, this is the end result here. We end up home. The other side is gone, but it's out of place, so I'll leave it different now.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Waterford and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, But I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't you go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
I don't know what side of the equation you think he's on. What side of the equation you think he's on? You just heard what he said, right? What side are you on? Does that pattern hold? You believe in that pattern? Well, if you believe in truth, you do. If you don't believe in truth, then, like I said, they don't have no love for truth, so he's giving strong delusions. Move on. Now, remember, now, since we know we're two different people, there's animosity between the two of us. Animosity between the two of us. Right. So let's see if we see any evidence of that.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you as hell now on both sides. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, you are. That's real. Both sides. When we were alive, we set up schools. That's right. When we were alive, we had supermarkets. We owned buildings. We owned farmlands. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Let the worms eat the ass. You know, he's talking about the Muslims, the other people on the other side over there. But they don't agree with him and help build America and all that kind of stuff. See? We think over here. That's not at this point. We want to get the hell out of here. He said, no, we should be building stuff here. But he neglected the part that when they were alive, he's the one that killed them. He Wallace. He neglected that part. I was there. 75 when they ripped off the nation, took all the money. Just got rid of everything, destroyed the name, got rid of the nation for Islam, period, and took all the assets, left the Jews with nothing. He's saying, oh, well, see, this is what he's saying. Now, but he got all kind of love for the people on his side. See, America, he got all kind of love for America. Is that a coincidence? But for you on the other side, he wanted the worms eat your ass. But you don't come on his side and do his thing the way he want to do it. I think that's clear enough. When the Muslims, that's the other side over there. Let's move on. Here. Oh, yes, so. Well, he said what would his attitude be? Is that consistent with the person is? The person this side would talk? How would the person this side talk? Well, we mentioned the covenant. He has the credentials. He broke the 7 seals. Kind of broke the 7 seals? He hasn't said he has. He hasn't told that lie yet. I would never make that claim. I never made that claim. That's how you would know the message of the covenant. So whoever this person is, he had to break those seals. That'd be his credentials. But you don't know no one has done that. But you know, people talk about revelations. But they haven't broke the seals. That means they don't know the hell they're talking about. It tells you right there. That means they're guessing. That means they're lying. So if you had broke the seal, you should be talking about it. You don't have anything to say about it. And Elijah Muhammad was given permission to talk about it because he said, do anything you can to get this information to people to prepare the way for the measure of the covenant. He was given carte blanche to go ahead and just use anything he could use to get that information across. He never claimed that broke the 7 seals. He was wrong about even what he said about the 7 seals. But if he got anything right, that means that's a problem because it says no one could get any of it right until the Lamb broke the seals. So I haven't broke the seals, that means you just need to be waiting for the person who has. If you believe in Scripture. You haven't. The next haven't. You don't know shit. None of them have. So-called Wesley, when he broke his wind, that boy's confused. Why you look so confused all the time? That boy is confused, boy. Bad. Let's move on. See, the message of the covenant, talking about the covenant. Talking about going home. See, Ishmael said, oh man, well, you can't believe anybody made a promise you can't keep. Oh, so God made a promise that we're going to turn, but you can't keep that promise? See, they're always shitting on Nasr Muhammad and Elijah, but they can't come out and say that's what they're doing. Like, okay, they made a promise, but they can't keep it. How we gonna get back there? We're going to live in sand? No. But you ain't going back. I guarantee you that. That's what the message of the covenant talking about. Covenant. Going home. Back up Elijah Muhammad's message. Farrakhan does not teach Elijah Muhammad's message. No way, shape, form, or fashion. I say I give you $5,000. You can prove that he's representing Elijah Muhammad's message. No one stepped forward yet after years of that post been out there. I got it. It's pretty much every presentation. $5,000. Okay, war. Economic war, race war, religious, civil. All that's coming here. It's going over here right now. Economic conflict over there now because they're trying to control the Middle East. God make God falls Israel. They're trying to control it. All the stuff over there. Resources. You got race war because you got Arabs against the Europeans. That's what it falls Israel. They're Europeans. You got religious war going on because you got a religious going between the Shia and the Sunni. This stuff about to break out on a catastrophic level. Right? Right now you see seeds of it. You see like simmering before it starts boiling. It's about to boil over. The war breaks out in the Middle East. Finally, will stop boiling. It's going to pause right now. Right? All this in effect happening over there right now. Right? It's showing you line up against the Shia. Trying to control the oil wealth over there. And you got the race war in Gaza. And you got civil because you got people disagreeing with their governments about what's happening over there. This about to blow, and when it blows, it's going to be catastrophic. And that's when the people see happen over there. They know this is going to be coming here. Why do they know it's coming here in America? Because at that particular time, that's when it says, at that time, this gospel preaching all the world, then the end will come. That means the true Son of Man will be sitting in Elijah's seat, and the whole world will be noticed. They'll be listening to him, say, this gospel is preaching all the world. It means the whole world has to notice it. And it's clear. So people said, God, see the great light is going to be clear. And they realize, that's about to come here. They would be totally convinced. Because now they're going to see the truth be clear. So, be in judgment. There it is again. Men's hearts failed them from fear of expectation. Heart attacks on expectation. So what the hell is going to be when they actually, when they get the reality of it? Which things come upon the earth here, for the powers of heaven will be shaken. Let me explain this quickly, brothers and sisters. Every reaction has an opposite reaction. Now, our nation is divided because of them. Our nation is divided as a reaction to their action. Our nation, let me say that again, our nation is divided as a reaction to their action. They keep us divided. Right? So what's the reaction then? That's the reaction. So if we take and start reversing that, that means you reverse, the reaction would be, let me just show you. Now we start coming together, well, their reaction will be opposite. They're going to start coming apart. That's the reaction. That's exactly what happens. Babylon and all that comes apart as we come together. That's why they're trying to stop it. The spring is coming in, it destroys the winter. We come close, see, they hit more. That's the reaction. Our unity causes their divisions. So for them to stay united, they have to keep us divided. But the angel is bringing, cause these have people, nation without vision perish. So you get a common vision, that means vision brings people together. Hush. So that's why you're going to fight against it. Because they don't want division. They're going to resist. That's resistance. Resistance means growth. So as us coming together, they're going to resist that, our coming together, because that means their division. That's why they're going to attack us when they see us start coming together. And what's going to make us start coming together? Because we see false Israel is compromised, is in his death throes. So we realize if they were true to Abraham, that could not happen. Because once they put there, cannot be removed. But now you see in distress, so we see abundance desolation. Right? So when you see Jerusalem strong armies, it's desolation. That means desolation is a consequence of made Jerusalem their capital, so it made it clear. That means it says their desolation, their destruction is near, not their redemption. So when you see that, then people realize they were true. They have a common vision. If we true to Abraham, we start coming together. But they're going to resist it, because that means they're divided. Resistance. They're going to attack us, keep us divided. Okay, what happens? We're totally divided when we come together. Okay, let me walk through this brothers and sisters, I'm close. And this is the angel key here. And you didn't know it was angel key, you know anything about angel key. No, hold on. Got something, hold on, brothers and sisters. I guess I did, I'm not going to blame anybody here. Oh boy, I tell you. Okay. So it goes to the machine, huh? Okay, I'm giving you guys this time. Okay. Mm-hmm. Think about it. Let me check one more thing. Okay, bounces. I think we're going to resume here. Okay, this is the angel key here. Now, you're not going to stand most of the scriptures out in angel key, right? With a seal. We need a key to break that seal. Open up. So here's the way to, and this is with one stage of it. I'm going to take from here, where, again, don't worry about that right now. Anyway, America and Britain and false Israel, they're in charge of the Middle East right now. Control it, right? Okay. And Iran, the Michael's angels, which are the Shia, they've been dominated under their control. Let's follow this through. Right? Now, I have a presentation explains this in more detail. I'm just giving you the general. What happens here? This is where we are right now. It's the war where Iran is going to take it. The war resumes. They're going to take control of the Middle East. Syria, you say Syria's dead, they don't come back alive. Okay. Anyway, they're going to defeat the war and they're going to have control of the Middle East. See, this part right here, this is called the heavens up here in the key. This is called the earth down here. That's why it says 1/4 earth. We have 4 parts to it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? And Satan has control of the earth. So if you have any doubt about who controls European countries, that's what false Israel does. And that's what the angel does. Oh, America's controlled by, yes. That's what it tells you. It tells you, angel key tells you, Satan, that's the false Israel. They control the European nations. Right? They're in the seat. They're in the command seat. Right? Okay. Anyway, they're going to, the Shia are going to take control of the Middle East. They're going to win this war. Okay? So now, because see, this is called heaven, this is called mid-heaven. In chapter 19, you just find mid-heaven, that's this is mid-heaven. But they was in control of heaven. It says heaven was, during the days of John, the heavens was taken, they took heaven, came heaven by force, with violence. That means they went in there and start making war in the Middle East. So that would happen. They control of it. They control of it. And there's wars about to break their control of it. Okay. Move on. Uh-oh. So then, when you do that, that's when false Israel, remember, false Israel is cast down now and they're in trouble. It's surrounded by armies. I'm not going to show that was it. You can steal it. I'm not going to label it. So what happens is that's when they're going to attack us. And there you go. Attack the blacks, all blacks. Right? And during that time, oh, let me back up here. Back up here. Okay, just remember, this is where we're at now, and the war is about to resume. And at that time, once it, right, and that's when Suleiman is going to come, the moon will become black, right? That's because Nature Islam represents the black horse. He comes to Nature Islam. People sit in darkness again because it's black, sit in the great light. That's what it's talking about right there. You need to understand and educate, see that. He comes right, during this time, takes control of the Middle East. Because it says, when that war takes place in chapter 12, right? It says, the accuser of our brethren cast down. Who's the blue accuser? Farrakhan. So now he takes control of the Nation of Islam. Yeah, before that, Nation of Islam was dead because he was sitting in this Elijah's seat right here. He said Elijah's seat, but this was dead. Now he brings it back to life. He comes there. At that time, this is what happening any day now. When this war resumes, right, that's when Suleiman will take control of the Nation of Islam. Kick out. Leave it there. It tells you more details, but I'm not giving you all the details right now. Right? So that's what happens. And then that's when this God's preached all the world. That's when the gospel preached. At that point. Now he's in charge. The media knows it. It's a big deal. Everybody's paying attention because Farrakhan's kicked down. Right? And he's telling everybody what's about to happen. You got plenty of information that he was prophesying this would happen and this happened. And everybody's taking notice. Then that's when they attack. That's when they attack. Okay, let me back up a little bit again. Here's one other thing. Oh boy, here we go. Technical issues. In a minute. For here, I'm going to show you. Let me show you. Explain this too. See here, this is a demon. These are black skin folk. They're blacks. We'll attack all blacks. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then what happens? See, the vision race comes together as a result of the Son of Man, because he says, preach to the four winds. It was his preaching that does it. But the other thing is watch the four winds, because our people still have a hope. They return to Africa. Some people still holding that hope up. Or we Moors, we're going to turn to Africa, all that kind of stuff. They still ain't totally aboard the Elijah's program. We're going to turn to Africa. They say, okay, we got to get out of here, but we're going back to Africa. They still got that final idea. That's the last little hurdle in their mind of coming totally on board with Nation of Islam, Master Muhammad, Islam, right? But they still think, hey man, let me say something before I say. The thing is, Farrakhan, I mentioned at the beginning, he's not teaching Islam. He's teaching Dianetics. I need to go back and show that again. He teaches Dianetics. Everyone, that's what he represents. All they go over there. All they talk about is engrams, all that kind of stuff. And what I talk about over there, I've been over there. They have group calls. And all they talk about, they had a group call. They have everybody calls in, right? They have a group call. And it's Dianetics and they're all around Hubbard. I said, I mentioned God, and they mute you immediately. Mute you. And they credit all their mental health and salvation. They credit L. Ron Hubbard. Oh, Scientology saved me. Don't you get it? He's representing all that philosophy crap we talking about. He's blaming us as our mind. He's representing Scientology. Ain't Islam enough? If you apply Islam as you get it. Elijah Muhammad didn't have enough. Is what his enough? You had to have Hubbard to it. The Master Muhammad didn't give you enough information. You didn't know about me. He said, you got to get some more from Hubbard. You see, it's more bullshit. He's preaching L. Ron Hubbard. That's his Messiah. Understand that. So let me move on. Anyway, that's what he's preaching. Scientology. And Scientology is Catholicism. Catholicism and Christianity are two different things, brothers and sisters. Catholics don't consider themselves Christians. They Catholicism and Christianity. Catholicism is so-called, you just believe in Jesus, idols and everything else. There's no sense of discipline in Catholicism. All you got to do is say, that's why it's so-called gangsters. They go out and kill everybody. All you got to do is go to the preacher and say, I confess, and then, put somebody in the basket and say, peace, Hail Marys. That's why he lost control. But they had no discipline. I'm not going to go in. I don't think I'm going to get to that today. Discipline times energy equals power. But they went out without discipline for 1,000 years in the Catholic Church. So the Europeans lost power. They kept telling me, you got to obey the law, you got to obey the law, you got to obey the law. They tell our scriptures say your powers come from obeying the law. Tell me I'm wrong. But they said, no, we just believe in Jesus now. So they lost power. And then what happened? When Magog, Britain broke with the Catholic Church, they went back to the Old Testament, obeying the law. And all of a sudden, they came two powerful countries. Magog and God came out. America came out of that. Protestant countries, Protestant. That's where Protestant word comes from, Protestant. But then they lose control because they don't have much discipline naturally. That's what keeps sending prophets to them. Tell me, you got to boost your discipline if you want to maintain control. Okay? Understand that? So, Farrakhan is not, Catholicism does not teach discipline. The so-called Old Testament does. So the Christians, they teach discipline. You got to obey the law, you got to obey the law. But now they're getting away from it, so they start to lose power. Understand? That's exactly what happened. Understand, brothers and sisters? Okay. So, where we at here? Okay, he had to preach to the four winds. Because a lot of people holding out the idea, see? But they don't, you got a lot of what they call it Moors, everything else up. And they say, I want to go back to Africa. They don't want to align with the message of the covenant yet. Not fully aligned yet. And see, it's the message of the covenant, the one that brings them together. Because it says, some men preach the four winds. Why four winds? Then they came together. He had to put the fire in their ass. He did the same thing with Moses. He put those two tablets. Those two tablets are two of the winds. If you understand Angel Key. They put fire in their ass. So why did that happen? But that because the men had to bring that about. Suleiman, that's the covenant. They preach the 4 winds. Who are the 4 winds? The 4 winds are African nations. The ones here in the country. The Africans here on visa and everything else. They are brothers, they're not us. It's Esau, twin brothers. They help present slavery themselves. Right? Obama, he's one of them. His father's African, not one of us. He didn't go to the Holocaust. You got a lot of them here, see from Haiti. Right? But they didn't go to the Holocaust. They're here. But they don't think they're the same as us. They don't even identify with us. In fact, they don't want you in Africa anyway. They don't tell you that. They don't identify with us. Right? So the thing is that, but we still, we go back to them. They want us. They don't want you over there. They're embarrassed by you. That's your last hope, though. You're still blind to that. Oh, my son told me, I'll run to Africa. I said, well, you're going over there. Okay, so why? So he preached 4 winds. That means the Africans in this country, they're going to attack all blacks. But the way the Africans in this country are going to respond, react, is they're not going to take and fight on our behalf. They're going to fight all of us, the whites, blacks, everybody. It ain't them. And they're going to unite around Obama. Yeah, okay, watch. They're going to unite around, because he's the one riding our right with us. They're going to unite around him, and they're going to attack everybody that's not African. But they don't say it's African. And that's when black folks going to finally wake up and say, realize they have no friends any place. They're going to unite one nation. That's what's going to make it happen. They're going to be the last stumbling block. They realize they can't depend on anybody else. Well, that's not their last stumbling block. Right? It's a stumbling block for blacks. Right? All blacks. Right? I'm talking about in America. You know, the Africans. That's stumbling, right? But their final stumbling block is demons. Got to separate them out from us. That's the final one. So they come together. That's what's about to happen here. That's why 4 winds. It said, run to the mountains. These also you understand the Angel Key. The mountains represent up here. Those were finished. Those were finished. Attacking us. Forces were finally finished. Here comes 4 winds. Bam. 2 of them. Fire. Fire in the ass. You realize, hey, we have no friends with us. 4 winds. He returns. God cast down. Then bam. It speaks to the mountains all together. So now, then gave that hope up Africa. So now they got to unite amongst themselves. But they got the final thing here. Now the final separation. Say, wait, hold full stop here. We're all together, but we ain't the same people. We got 2 different ideas here. The demons want to stay here and fight for America. We said we want to get the hell out of here. That becomes totally clear at that point. Totally clear. In Exodus says, those with the Lord come with me. That's what Moses says. Those with the Lord come with me. That means a total separation. He didn't say come with those with me to come to the Lord. The message of the covenant. So they separated them from Aaron. He went to Aaron's camp. So Aaron was control of the nation of Islam. He separated the Levites from there. Those that came with the Lord, and the rest stayed with Aaron. And then those they was told to go out and wipe out Aaron and all his followers. So that's what's it's a war. It could be a war between these two about how we should proceed. They said we need to stay united and fight. Because no, they're under attack and fight to take over America. We said, hell, we don't want to take over. We want to get the hell out of here. So this is what happens. War takes place, and we kick them out. We separate. Is anyone out here? He's the elect that goes out with the Master Muhammad. He's had to go to tribulation because they're still in the waters. It's no still together. And these are cast out. So now they're here. They're fighting. Remember, they're on the earth now. They're fighting control of America. And they actually win. America's totally divided. Trump had to call martial law. It's not going to work. Totally divided. Total economic collapse. They're at war in the Middle East. Excuse me, the war in Europe. Let me see if I can show that real quick. See, when this happens here, this is Armageddon here. Let me back up here and show you this. I didn't speak to it before. See here? This is America at war in Europe. Armageddon, when this happens, they attack us, they also be at war in Europe. And against Russia, but also they're going to turn against the EU. Why? Because now Iran has total control of the Middle East. They control the oil that this is the main source of oil. Europe is from the Middle East, but now it's cut off. So now the economy collapsed. That's chapter 18. Overnight, collapse, total collapse. The only source of oil is from Russia, because they can't get from America. If they did, America that can't fly over. It would take months to get it there on ships, if at all. So now they allow with Russia, and now America's in the vice here. That's Armageddon. America's now fighting the greatest war in Europe. They got defeated in the Middle East, and now Armageddon's taking place in Europe. Okay? Also, on. And then here comes the four winds. And of course, our people unite. Because the four winds, remember, preaching the four winds, that means now it says, right? It says that the time will come when they will hear the master's voice. It comes out their graves. At that point, people sit in darkness in the great light, all of a sudden they're going to listen. Okay? The four winds blow, that's it. We have no friends, we have to unite together. And then we got the foul situation with the demons. Separate them out. There you go. At that point, right? Man, is not coming here. That means we left and we're there. If they're still in, you understand, this is still part of this is the ark here. So ark is riding on waters. So they're still in tribulation. Tribulation is the water. Ark is this top part here. If you understand that. That's it, brothers and sisters. Okay, let me read this. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know its desolation is near. Who? Well, Israel, their destruction is near. It just said their redemption. Let those who are in the Judea flee to the mountains. That's what I'm talking about. You flee to the mountains. Let those who are in the midst of her depart. Those who are in country enter. Don't enter the. That means you need to flee immediately. Why? Because you didn't listen to this. Now you're fleeing in terror. But if you listen to this, then you'd already been prepared. See? But these are days of vengeance. Vengeance is a reactive thing. That means who takes vengeance is the person that something was done to them. So who everything's been done to us, by everybody. It's our vengeance, retaliation, consequence. All things may be fulfilled. Woe to those who are pregnant. See, what are you talking about? Let's look at the skin. Who's pregnant? You gotta understand, you can't understand that, brothers and sisters. Not talking about pregnant women. Who's pregnant? Right here, see? These ones are pregnant. We're in the top of us. Those two are pregnant. God and Magog, Great Britain. Those ones are pregnant. See? Because we're inside of them. Woe to them. We're taking vengeance on them because they're the ones that did to us. Do unto them as it done to you. That's vengeance, isn't it? But there's a vengeance, all things be fulfilled. But those who are pregnant, those who are giving nursing babes in those days, for there will be great distress in the land and wrath upon this people, great distress in America and wrath upon them, America. They will fall by the edge of the sword and led away captive all the nations, and those will be trapped by the Gentiles until the time the Gentiles be filled. Those who survive everything, they be taken in captivity forever, and they try to do to us. And right, when this happens, right, and there will be signs of sun and moon, stars, earth, distress of nations. Earth, remember, earth represents European nations, with plexi and sea and waves roaring. Men's hearts fell into fear. Those expectations, those things coming upon earth, the powers have be shaken. So what's happening over there, the genocide, the race war, all that stuff, it's coming here. It's going to be a race war. The Europeans going to attack, the whites going to attack all the blacks here. It's going to be a religious war because as soon as here in this country, they're going to attack the Nation of Islam. Because they know it's clear that we're coming home, that Isaac, now we're going to, that's what this gospel teaching all the world. It's clear that we rise as a nation, and our goal is take back. And so the ones here, they think they fight for their bells over Arabia. They're going to attack us. That's the dragon. It's a dragon stood by the divided child as soon as born. Y'all shrink. Y'all know this. Y'all know Muslims. They're going to attack us, right? Some men will come with crown of great glory. Now, these days begin to happen. Look up, lift your head. Because all that stuff happened. Said, no, your redemption is good for you. Global warming, all that stuff is good for you. Now, when these things happen, look up and lift. You should lift up, not look down. That's if you're paying attention to this message. We ain't trying to tell you to come over here and join me. I never said that. I'm telling you, wake up and apply these principles. I told you, one of your weapons, that was your defense. Discipline, which did not teach you discipline.
1. Now, the death of Moses.
There's a play a couple things I'm going to close about. Sisters.
The servant of the Lord. Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
Notice this, brothers and sisters. These scriptures are clear, but they being part book, this being the other. Right? It says the torch was passed over to Joshua, not Aaron. So what happened to Farrakhan? See? And it says, you're going home. It's talking about going home. Right? Every place, so, right? From the wilderness. Says he would be with him as he would with Moses, not with Elijah, not with Aaron. That's all it is, brothers and sisters. Going home. Everything that Farrakhan denies. And don't say you have any weapons, says no one will stand against you. Right? So every place that thou sow, that feet shall tread upon, shall give unto you, as I said unto Moses. Moses said, we'll be fools to stay here. Farrakhan said, we ain't going nowhere, so he called Elijah a liar. When the wilderness is 11, okay. And shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life. What? Because you got machine guns? No. It tells you why. Let's look at the next one.
Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
See, in that Scientology, it says the law. See, Elijah Muhammad started teaching the law and it became powerful. He had taken my word back, I teach Scientology. The devils do not teach you law, they teach you obedience. They don't teach you law. Because law is discipline. You apply law, what? Just what? Because Jesus is going to come in, because I'm going to do a law? No, because that law is what gives you discipline. Discipline times energy equals power. And that's why they don't want you to be disciplined, because right now, they're doing everything they can. Right now, they're losing discipline, and in fact, trying to encourage you to be more disciplined, be less disciplined. Hang out. Let's get high. Let's smoke. Let's vape. Let's go out and hit some hotties. Let's watch the game. No discipline. Farrakhan doesn't teach discipline. Go over there. You get, Scientology. Not teach you discipline. Because discipline is the source of your power. They take all discipline away from you. You apply discipline, you turn your power on. That's what it says. There's nothing they can do, because this whole thing is about pressure. We live in a pressure system, and higher pressure overcomes lower pressure. Higher pressure is power over lower pressure. Higher pressure is low power over lower pressure. Higher pressure is power over lower pressure. Period. And how do you get power? How do you get discipline times energy equals power? But you have energy, you don't have any discipline. That's why the man said he was fighting his own self, he didn't have his mind back, because they teach you discipline. He says, but his nature drew him to the Son of Man, and when he got his mind back, he became powerful. But then he started applying discipline. Once you apply discipline, no one there to stand against you. It has nothing to do with weapons and all that kind of stuff. In fact, it takes minds to control weapons, right? So if your mind is greater than the person controlling the weapon, you still beat them, don't you? I tell you about the weather. Weather's your weapon, but discipline is your defense. You apply, and no one will be able to touch you in any kind of way. And I could prove it because I've experienced it myself. You understand? That's what it's telling you here. Now, but I know not only do I teach you discipline, I teach you, right, the science behind discipline, which are the 5 pillars. I might as well play this.
1. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, to and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul. 3. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. For if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. 5. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers.
So telling you to be great in your father's word, that means you're going to be turned, you left angels, you'll turn gods. Let's make man our likes, image, some of us, not. Let me use the name Adam there. But it says, present before you death and life. What is death? Death is that shit Farrakhan's talking about. Obedience. So you got a choice. You're going to do it Farrakhan, you do it Measure the Covenant. Farrakhan, the one's robbing the nation, cursed with a curse. Shitting and pissing in the bag because he's robbing the nation. He's robbing the nation not only of his money, wealth, and everything, but he's robbing the nation of the people in the nation that should have been seeking son of Measure the Covenant. So he robbed them with them because he's claiming he's something he's not. He's claiming he's the Messiah. So he's robbing. He's robbing the nation of the true Messiah. He's a fake one. See? That's why it's cursed with a curse. Take something that belongs to him. It's a curse. Piece of shit in the bag. Now he can't wipe his own ass. See? So that's what you present. American Dream, Farrakhan, or Mention the Covenant, and go home. Discipline. Discipline as opposed to bullshit. Because you're not getting any discipline from Farrakhan. And definitely not getting from the devils. They tell you, hey man, let's hang out, man. Transgender and everything else. So-called second me man march where Farrakhan didn't show up himself. He didn't show up himself. He's on a telegram tomorrow. My LGBT family. Really? Tell him a lie, Farrakhan. Move on.
15. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. 16. In that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply, and the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. 17. But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shalt be drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them. 18. I denounce unto you this day, that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whither thou passest over Jordan to go to possess it. 19. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. 20. That thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them.
That's what's saying. That's your choice, brothers and sisters. Your life or death. Choose that Scientology crap, Farrakhan promoting. American Dream, whatever. Or you can choose Mention the Covenant. Who doesn't want anything from you? He just gives you information to save your life. Give you a weapon to use. As your chief Hajj, and also the 5 pillars was your defense. That's your choice. So it's your choice. Nobody's going to force you. It says, I set before thee day, life, death, and evil. So you choose which one you want to explain to you exactly what they are. Which is which? Again, this is our situation right now. We mixed in demons, chaff as well as the wheat. This is what has happened. That's why it's probably 34 million blacks in America, but let's say 17 million. Why do you think 17? It wasn't 17 million blacks here when mass problem was around. That's in lessons. Because he knew that only half of us was really original people. It was demons. So that separation will take place. When separation takes place, then we start battling to get out of here. They battle to take America. Move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, let's talk about these 5 pillars. And I'll probably talk more in detail tomorrow if I get around to it. 5 pillars. This is how you. This is the science behind discipline. So once you understand that science behind discipline, then you can maximize your discipline. And when you maximize discipline, you maximize your power. If your power is greater than the power around you, they can't touch you in any way. It's impossible. No weapon they can form can harm against you. That's why if you understand how pressure works, there's nothing lower pressure can do to higher pressure. Nothing except convince it to lower its pressure. It's impossible. Higher pressure overcomes lower pressure, period. Higher power overcomes lower power, period. We look in terms of pressure, and we live in a pressure reality. Everything about you is pressure, heart pressure, right? Blood pressure, breathing, lung pressure, in your reproductive system is based on pressure, right? Your sound pressure, hearing pressure. It's all pressure. So you got 5 parts to it. You master all these here, and the more you put, the more power you have. The more you apply it. Faith, that comes into Injil. Salats. Right? They say salats is prayer. No, salats is reciting the Quran. That's another time. Let me get to another time because, see, the thing is, message of covenant. Things, remember, these books was written over 16,000 years ago. So the Injil wouldn't be, he wouldn't come with the Injil. The Injil had to be here already. Also had to be already. So the Quran was put here so he could give you salats. I mean, think if he had to come here, okay, he had to produce the Quran, he had to produce the Injil. They say, well, I don't know where that come from. It's already here. He's had all this prepared for him. That's say Elijah prepared the way for him. What Elijah provide? Hajj, unity. Salat, Quran. That's the proper use of it. Reciting. See? Fasting. Master Farad Muhammad. How to live. It's not their brothers. All the tools had to be presented so you could take those tools and show you what they mean, how to use them. You understand? Consequence. That's what Angel tells you all about. You see what I'm saying? All is right there. All the tools is right there. It was in it. Everybody came was in it. Okay, here, they're prepared away. Here's here. So when he comes, he take those tools. They'll be available. He show you how to use them. You apply those 5 principles the proper way, like I explained to you, and you maximize your power, and nothing they can do to harm you. And that's the problem, because you're not doing that because you're told to do just the opposite. And so you will be told to do that when this war resumes. And then you start applying them, right? And the more you apply them, the more power you have, and less, right? You're going to have resistance. That's tribulation resistance. The tribulation is resistance that's caused by you coming together. That's their resistance keeping you coming together. But you'll not be harmed or burnt in that situation if your power is greater than theirs, your pressure is greater than theirs. So you start applying it immediately. That's why Matt's promise said he could put you in heaven overnight. Start applying it immediately. You start applying it right now, you will not be in a situation you have to flee and panic. You start applying it now. I'm not about asking me for any money. I'm not asking for a dime. We get information. It's about following anybody. No, we should work with each other. Cooperate. Not like he clown there. Oh, I'm Ben X. I'm number one. I'm the Chaz. I'm one. They're all full of shit. Because first of all, they're in a violation. It's this part right here, Hodge. They're applying this one. Then they're not applying the Injil. And you don't know about the slots. That's maybe even doing the fasting. My sisters. Angel. Remember I told you they set music up to affect your emotions, but so your emotions are hard. But when you make slots, you make your heart firm. That means music will not affect you. When they turn that fear on, it won't affect you at all. It won't have any effect on you. But if your heart is not firm, you're gonna go into panic. You'll be extreme fear. And when you got ginger, right? Now you go the right direction. That means you know who your enemy is, and that helps you with the other ones. Because this is the base of all of them. This is the base of all of them. Unity. But now you unify with your brothers. All this stuff, this is the basis. Angel is the basis of all of it. Faith. Consequence. This is your protection from that. Right? Like a balance. This protect from bad luck. That's in general, right? Zakat. I'm just giving you a base. I'll probably go more detail maybe tomorrow. Energy. Stop trying to control other people. Control yourself. Energy. Stop wasting energy. Energy management. All these things work together. They're interconnected too. Energy management. You got enough energy to apply the other ones. You need energy to apply the other ones. So when we waste your energy on NFL or that BS, focus all your energy on making salats, fasting, all the different things. Not trying to control other people. Always stay interconnected. Maybe I'll talk about, I never really talked about interconnection before. Maybe I will that soon. All interconnected, all work together. Then you got Hans. See? They all swing around, but there's no collisions. They're working together. It's harmonic motion. Everybody's cooperating with each other. Anybody tell you to submit to anybody, everybody cooperate with each other. You cooperate with your spouse. It's got one body. You don't try to tell lungs act like a heart, then you're dead. No, you want the heart to act like a heart. You want to be happy. The heart wants to be like a heart. It loves being a heart. You leave it alone, let it be a heart. That means healthy. Lungs like to be in lungs. They like to breathe. So leave it alone, let it do that. But you want to try to, hey man, you should be like me. Toe, like toe, they like the pressure. They like doing that. Oh man, you a toe, man. Yeah, really? Okay, let's have those toes. See how you feel, and then you can't walk. No, you take care of them toes. Man, he has a butt cell. Okay, let you have your butt. See if you sit around here and say, oh man, it's just my butt. I don't care. Really? All of it works together. All respected. 100%. But that's what we roll as a body, not capitalism, communism, democracy, all this bullshit. One body. Respect all parts of it. The way it does. I have respect the lungs, I respect the feet respect the butt, all of it. Because all we need, all of it. All serves a function. Let's start working right, then the next thing you're full of shit. One brothers and sisters. Angel. The steering wheel guides you all to the rest of it. Son of Man will come with Angel. Read that 7 seals. Show me someone out there that has done it. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. I explained it yesterday. I'm not going to explain it today. Leave it there. We're going to understand, brothers and sisters. Get information. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the programs. You don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people, and their will becomes all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously. He's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years? And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaign. I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country, and they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
I'm reaching a point of saying we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just, like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. In fact, I'm not a white supremacist.
Well,
I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country? Is Sharia law? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country? Is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is the lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's no
your society is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It's just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, it's American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
It's true everywhere.
Those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You don't have one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
When you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required, and that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
When you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization, and so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. So you have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you can wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization of my country as a sad, disgusting, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country. That's it's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
The Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves, but we were 90% white, we were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation.
It's not fun, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all think that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's.
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors,
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is not what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people, but this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point, Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros' Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
But Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe, he literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful. Why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talking about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly are with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure that they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House, shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. Oh, I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
history of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? Behind the history of the cross: murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorized people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus. They said Jesus cursed black people. They call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, I get, well, not clean it up, but make it look more attractive, I guess, by calling it chitlins. It's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what they do was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. How could it have been a million years ago? It was 20 years ago. It lasted 400 years. It's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going on in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's a legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population. The genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets. Knowing there was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis. Gonorrhea from seabird animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When it was raping out women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught that there was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Yeah. He stole his land. He murdered his people. And you question the native people here. When the brave would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and snatch the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. What's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped our women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. They told them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff they would do. Make one slave defecate in the slave and sit in slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they could spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? Legacy of the cross. What's your rap sheet? America? Gog? What's your rap sheet? Magog? Britain? What's your mention? What's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel. What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They steal the ribbon off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war. They finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
how's we gonna make it? Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? We ain't going back to Africa. No. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday. When you should be honoring Jesus, you are buying bunny rabbits. And inviting your children to pay eggs for some Easter. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Of a name, come out of a religion, come out of a culture, come out of a way of life, come out of an educational system. People, and they will put up all the shows of Lord. And they should. Jesus, that none of homes. They stood and said, it is a parent. And behold, I wanted to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship, and hiding chained themselves bound together. And when they must put off on this memorable shows, they took their stand that ship that brought them to our strange land, and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country, and strange people who have proven to them every mile from their native land that they love. Going to be the West Indies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all mischief that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. When this gift was made in Jesus, this is how that we have always been deceived by the white man. Trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to our off a mental sleep, thinking that we all are leaving. This is church. My brother, this is very hard for us to people to accept today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and you here today. Trying to save the very that brought
in subjection to that will. You know what? Turning your faith from your ordinary life and turning it back towards our Christmas house and our and it who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your feet. It's trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you in your past. Do you feel? Actions. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did not you want to be separated and be returned to the Lord? I think that push. They go to your parents on the eastern shore of North crying and praying to God to be returned to that arms 400 years ago. Or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemned for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. When I wanted to be separated and go to your arms, salvation for your son. The white man said you will remember that.
How's we gonna make it? Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holidays. When you should be honoring Jesus, you are here buying bunny rackets and inviting your children to pay eggs for some Easter. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What is that? Excuse me. Come out of a name. Come out of a religion. Come out of a culture. Come out of a way of life. Come out of an educational system. People. When they were put on all the shores of North and they should. Jesus done all things. Lord, our parents were. They stood and said, it is a parent. And behold, wisdom. I wanted to return. With that end, stretched out towards that ship, and having joined themselves bound together. And when they was put on this memorable shows, they took them, scattered that ship that brought them to a strange land, and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country. Strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all mischief that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. But this was named Jesus. This is that we have always been deceived by the name Jesus. The name Jesus to our a mental sleep, thinking that we all are leaving this is earth. My brothers and this is very hard for us to people to sit today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and you here today. Trying to save the very minute that brought subject to that will. You know, turning away from your ordinary life, turning back towards our good and who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your feet. They're trying to make love with the people that destroyed you and your parents. Do you feel? Active. And even today, there are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did not you want to be separated and be returned to the Lord? I think that was. They know where your parents are. The Eastern Shore of North praying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. Now, you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemn you for being such fools. And now, what to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. When I wanted to be separated, go to your arms and application for your son. The white man said he offered you. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Someone Rahim here. Fashion of Covenant. Okay, brothers, this has been a year now. And finally home after 40 years in Arabia, and I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. So it's been a year now. There was an agreement made from slave master. Said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. If the original people decided they wanted to give up the inheritance and traded for a place in America, reconciliation with their former slave master. It's their choice. They chose, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over that sand and all that stuff. We want to stay in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with a slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. They got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told me. He was following this in Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised him, they'd stay there, 6 states, right, their own land, and they can make reconciliation with from slave master. Not devils, but human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody paid $1 million. So, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. And you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. You got 6 states. Thank you. Thank you, Farrakhan. I mean, this was a year ago. They got 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. They're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago. We left. So we in Arabia. They're still back in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. And now we get reports, so what's going on right now? Let's see. Oops, he says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. So, and now they were big and massive. They came asking each other power. Why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling about 6 states and never paid you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So these big man master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told them 6 days of promising that he would have prepared them for, right, their schools and education, whatever they needed. But I guess they didn't, because they said, oh, we're not even making the former master to come and turn the power back on. Then what? This is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these reports in now. A year later. It's like, they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? It's a roof, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no, they looked at the farmers, when they doing, farmers said, oh. So then, master, what's happening here? How come no? Crap. It turned out that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, how's it going? Crop failure. And now master, what's going to happen here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? Now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. They're gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. She said, Master, we need some food. You can't produce your own food. I mean, you want your own country, you got your own states, that's your country, then you run it. What are you calling us for? So they're praying, and then, oops, no fuel. But there's no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. You got your reparations. So we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore. So what you calling us for? Or anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of the inheritance, what you call Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was all for them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on? And I said, wait a minute, hold on here. What you calling us for? That's you. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, and instead of like a year, they were celebrating. And now they're crying, begging the master, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's your what comes about your problems. You have to work those out. No transportation, I mean, no planes or nowhere. About to fly the planes and drive trucks and boats and stuff, and you're going to get this stuff. What you done this for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats, and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you got for? The master, you said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So that if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? No gas. Yes, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. Everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So guess what happened? Everything was good when they got it, and it ran out. They had to replace it, pay the fuel, the farm's going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full, houses full, and you had to keep they thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See, and they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan's, he told you he don't get this for you, but he don't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So then I said, Master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you want to have reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because if you're going to set rest, you should be paying for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be paying for it. If he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, told him to build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states, and the reparations, apparently you didn't. So now, it tells you, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You run your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, me and all this stuff, right? So now we got to protect your money and everything too. No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they're going to tell all the people, all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. It'd be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You said one or the other. So all the black folks are here, and no integration, that kind of stuff. Right? Was it one or the other? So they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they just said, we want to take our money because we don't know what y'all do over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So they do this. They tell all the white folks, say, protect your money. Right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? They say transfer it to gold. And then what happens is what they do is they start just printing money. Right? Just start printing money. You understand what that means? It's inflation. Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say $1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? You got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates. Each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. But if you take and print, say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates. Each one, but say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now. But you got to connect that to the gold. You print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. See, so the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, then less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold. That's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is, they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. See, that doesn't affect their people. They try to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. Still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You get $1 million, now $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. $1. Hardly worth anything. Otherwise, budget, hey, that's our money. You gotta have your money, control your wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they will do that? You've been a gossip lately? You see what happened to the trees they made the so-called natives kept telling you to fault time because they kept making trees, but then they broke the trees. They took their land and genocide everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, it's all it was, it's worth nothing. People still got gold, and even if they take it, hold on the money, hope to increase again, they just use another certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was all happy with now, it's probably worth $1. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have the communications, you don't have to do any of this stuff. You're an engineer, but how should I know anything? Because it's our company. Right? He didn't know how to prepare you. He told you to give 6 days. He told you, this many, right? Now, you're broke. The economy's gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything. It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. That you saw at your heavens for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. As you chose, you stay there. They closed the border so you can't get back in here. You get back in America, into what you call your land now. Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. They call it Farrakhan. Farrakhan. You got the Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, I come back, Master, I come back work for you, I work for Popeye, I do anything you want. No, blacks, either they live in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any place, just in that land, and those that you 6 days. And then you're starving, you ain't got no, your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. And you see Master on the phone, he told the guy, you get paid to help you. He finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. So he sitting on the phone, yeah, it worked. We saw him in Revelation, we saw him that was a used car. He turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. They could have had a BMW, they could have had a Lamborghini, they sold it for BMW. Good, damn thing didn't work. Now, it's starving. Living in tents. Praying. So what we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did, but they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, in a big picture. Leaving, the blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, the devil's whooping their ass. But they thought you think it would give you some land to take care of you? And they won't do that. They go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million, you know what it is? It was 17 million, that was 17 million times, 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that. What are they going to do that for you? They want to get rid of you. So now they have to see it. Because they close the border, what you going to do? When you want to fight, they come out. They close the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. Who's out of here? And those good that's here. They're gone. And I have to clean. And gave what they wanted. Or anything. Honest contracts. I mean, on the contract with Jacob. He sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob. It was Esau's inheritance. And God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. America ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. This homeland you was promised, you never rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So they gave you reparations today or tomorrow. How would that scenario not play out like that? What they say, okay, we got it, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they can say, okay, we're going to take care of them. And I said, why did they take care of you when he was right here? He was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all stuff right here, because you know they're trying to get rid of stuff right now. Trump's trying to get all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening in America. Wow. Of course, coming there. It's a disaster over there. You know, I just got a call. Well, really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what it's something called right there. That 16. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them? Bring them? Oh no! And he even asked there's Master Fard Muhammad right there. He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he's called him and he passed the word to Master Fard Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Listen, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice. Live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe it. They actually sent a message over. Well, they did. I have a communication, but somehow they got the information over to them. Said, would we please come and get them? Nope. No, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got Farrakhan, you're here. Yeah, tell them, talk to them, let them straighten out for you. You want to sell your idea, you have to sell them. So you want an idea of reparations, we told you. Right? Suleiman Bay, he was the messenger to you, telling you, look man, let's go home. You said no, you chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a sad story, I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, they're not getting more reports. Okay, he says that was a Matthew Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So that's it, brothers and sisters. We got those guys that came in. All that came in today. I mean, I came in fast. After a whole year. Total collapse. They're begging it. Somebody help me. We can't do it. They didn't ask to help you. We won't do it. That's not what we do. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in. They said, well, if you won't come and get us food, we at least send some food. They begged them, please send some food. That's what I'm saying, I'm going to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. I said, please just send some food. This guy that in. He says, can you come and get it? Please send some food. He says, no. Refuse. That's a report. I just got the information from the ambassador. He said that he's ready to meet. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no. Go no way. You made your choice. Case closed. Just got that in, bro. It's just, that's not like him.